Thunderfist, yeah. Right, now that YouTube's working properly, I gotta triple check that it works when I do that. Sometimes it just doesn't start when I hit start. I've been going for like an hour, but DFA the fear? Oh, I didn't get it. Take a Vis crit. I got a second Avis crit from killing the Siphene. I don't have double vanish, so I might just die here. Bro, how did my dance kidney not go off there? You should have died there. Gouge nerf like trips me out sometimes how short it is. If I just had double vanish for that duel though, I would have just healed myself back up and been fine, but I only played like season 1 of TBC Classic, but I played real TBC back in the day, yeah. I think Cata is better than both. In hindsight, I used to always say Wrath was the best, but that was like an actually curated private server experience where they actually rebalance it and make PV gear less annoying, but there's just like, and also it's just coded differently. Like actual Wrath the Lich King coding back in the day is a very different game than TBC or Wrath Classic or even Cata Classic. The code is just very different with how they handle spell batching. It's really weird how all the classics, even since Vanilla Classic, are like this, what's the word? It's just like the spaghetti code of how they rewrote retail into being it instead of just actually remaking the old actual thing. Because there's like a lot of retail code that like blurs through that shouldn't be in the game. So like they got rid of spell batching, which used to be like how the server intentionally lagged and let 2 spells go off at the same time. Like you used to be able to like Shadow Step a warrior charge, and they would like charge to where you used to be, or like kick a War Stomp clone, or you know, or like the Wreckful famous will gouge. You know, he blinks to gouge, or he gouges blink. You can't do that in any version of Classic because the server is like more responsive because they got rid of spell batching. Even though I think it's a flavor thing of like timing and outplays and stuff like that. If you can, like technically you still can, but now it went from like a quarter of a second prediction to like 1,000th of a second. So it's like it only happens accidentally out of like thousands and thousands of interactions of trying to do it. But like spell batching is different, and then like RNG in general feels super wonky in Classic for PvE and PvP. It's not like a PvP specific problem. RNG feels like it's always on or always off. Either you get like dynamicked on 19 out of 20, like 6 times in a row, or you get dodged on like every single mechanic. Oh, he dodged Gouge. Oh, he dodged disarm. Oh, he dodged kidney. You know, like, or nothing dodges. And that happens on like the PvE fights too, like specifically like Nefarian, like with the mind controls. Like you either get mind controlled 0 times, or the same guy on your raid gets mind controlled like 7 times and sets like a world record parse. Like it feels like RNG in general is never accurate. Like on classic. But like it's just like some weird, like I don't know if it's like to cut back on like server like calculating costs or something, just like making the RNG like not actually be RNG. I don't know. Conspiracy theories, but it's mostly just the I miss spell batching, and that like changed a lot of the game. That and it being not a progression server that changes. So there's no like evolving meta. It's just like, okay, we're playing season 11 and season 9. Okay, we're playing season 11 and season 10. Okay, we're playing season 11 and season 11, you know. That being said, I like the class design much more, and I'm willing to put up with the jumping through hoops to like get PvE gear, even though I hate PvE, and like I'm okay with losing to occasional like bad dodge RNG, or you know. Calvin says, have I seen this bug? Which one? So he opens, he gets the markup. I have not seen that. That's funny. Singular focus. I know what he did. He put Deathstalker's mark on me, and then he hit a boar. And since you hit boars for... That's funny. With the stat squishes, you hit exponentially hard on random mobs. So if you Deathstalker mark someone, and then you go hit this for like 194 million, the 5% that goes over just kills you. I think that's bugged. It's the same with Leech, too. It's nothing that would ever happen in a real arena. This talent, basically 5% of damage you do to other targets goes to... Or when you damage other targets, 5% of what you did to the other target goes to your main target. And this breaks CC all the time, and it's really annoying that you can't opt out of it. But he was showing me that if you go one-shot a random boar, because low mobs with classic scaling or whatever take stupid damage. Like if I go like Shadow Strike this Knoll for like 200 million by pressing any button because it's a lower level than me, 5% of that 200 million would go to the target that I put a Deathstalker mark on, and they would just get one shot. It's the same with how Leech has been since like ever since they did the stat squish like multiple expansions ago, even before Shadowlands. Like if you're dueling someone and you're a DH and you just like go hit a random mob with like meta up, you just go to full health because you like one shot a random mob and did like millions of damage. Like you just lay on hands yourself every time you touch a PvE mob with Leech. Like that's been that way for years and years now. That's just how the stat squish bullshittery is. Nah, I hate Asa. I've competed with Asa a lot. Like we did really well in AWC. We made the gauntlet and stuff in season 1 with Rosita playing Asa Arcane. But and I played Asa a lot to like the #1 on ladder a few times in BFA. But I genuinely despise playing Asa. It's my least favorite spec in the game. It shouldn't be good like at a tournament level. It's okay to be like a wheelchair, I'm bad at the class, accidental gladiator level, but I don't have a team yet. They haven't even announced signups, man. But everyone I like probably is taken or doesn't compete or is banned from boosting, so it'd be a last minute YOLO thing for fun, play with other streamers. It's stronger than Dragonflight, yeah. But it's very similar to Dragonflight. Maybe it's not bugged. Oh, he said. Yeah, this goes from 41 to 300. 41 or 421, and then 324. Yeah, it's weird because it says 0%. It's weird because the lingering buff shows 0 when I mouse over it. But then I can look at like the Gorma buff and it goes up on the tooltip. So weird. Both my rogues are 20 minutes in queue. I was trying to alternate them to get quicker queues, but secret tech, no, but like the follow-up hits don't get bopped. So like the first hit has to land for the second and third hits to work. And the second and third hits are shadow. Gloomblade, yes. Applying Rupture with Dark Brew, yes. Nothing else really. I think I don't know if you could apply Sepsis with it. I don't think so because it's a poison. Like Bop usually removes bleeds and poisons. Bop removes flag, I believe. I think Gorma might go through it though. Yeah, lingering. Let's see. Does this raise the tooltip on that? Yeah, by 100k. Can you explain rotation? You open with Shadow Strike instead of stuns, and you try to do 3 finishers to get this buff, which is nerfed to 19% in PvP. But it gives you energy regen and an Abyss crit. So you kind of like are tunneling targets a little bit more than you normally would, but yeah, you just rupture pad around, do as much micro CC as you can to the healer, and then you track your stacks. Make a weak orphan when you get a proc, and you try not to send the proc into like defensives. You'll like, because you can hold the proc like 30 seconds and swap someone else when you get the Abyss crit. So. Learn add-on to help a noob like me learn faster. I mean, VOD review and watching streams is like important. You don't want a crutch that just, you have to use everything as like an enhancer, you know. Put a DFA fear. It's just like really clear fundamentals and stuff. That's why like cast sequence macros and stuff are bad. They're just like not flexible. I sent my Abyss crit into Disperse because I thought maybe I could kill him. this crit. I just dueled to not get Siphoned on. Get that. Managed to kick him again. Tag team in my other rogue. Yeah, just work on your fundamentals, get a clean UI. Actually find some way to record in the background. So you can actually compare your games, otherwise you're not gonna actually learn. Everything's just gonna be hindsight. You have to like go back 10 seconds and see like what made me want to make this mistake. And then clear it all up, you know, and patch each little weakness out one at a time. That's awkward that I can't get into that, I'm bad. I just didn't want to open with cheap shot. Should have just ruptured and waited it out. Might just lose from the one mistake. It was a pretty big mistake though. That was a good play on his end. Usually Pele's don't use 100% of their brain, let alone 2%. Okay, that's not 100% of their brain play. That's like Does Peekaboo's love actually Pika? Is he off the pre-patch 2v2 viewer 2s still? I think smoke bombs are really good here. It's good into our druid. And determination did good damage that. Okay. That hit me the opposite direction as he was aiming, but okay. Part of Asian bash. Kill the bomb. Guess I wasn't blading here or anything. We're dead still. Nice. I think that was life swap from my priest that saved him. I might just be dead here though. Clone low. Blind dragon defensively. Kidney is trinket. Oh, we just break it. And the kidney was DR'd anyway, because I'm bad. Gotta wake up. These shuffles are frying me a little bit. Get that into a kidney. Or he can just randomly shockwave. Priest has done a magical job keeping this warrior alive for this long, though. It's kind of crazy. Even though we lost this round. We should have died minutes ago. Healing a Devoker and DK this long. Kind of insane. Blades of Iskrit, everything. He actually kills. Holy shit. I did not think we would win this round. We were losing the whole game. Priest to Giga. Is that actually Pika? Is Peekaboo's love actually him? Let me see. There's no way. We were both like dead and he was like for a while and then his mana just went back up kinda. I don't think that's him. Okay. Anything for private servers? I mean they're too big fish, small pondy than retail and classic in general already are too. It's nice that you get to skip some of the chores of the game, but you don't ever feel as invested since it's just so inauthentic. Alright, Druid's gonna get smorked here, I think. Nice clone. Crank. We're still getting triple killed. Big of Iskrit. Try to kick that so bad, but I can't. The warrior seems really heavy for a fury. I don't know how the priest carried him. This might be the one round that denies the 06. I don't know how this guy's not like doubling my dam. I mean, it's very similar to Dragonflight. Your rotation's just a little different. You have more clunky passives, and there's more random pets all over the screen. Big of Iskrit. They do, but it's still a talent that they don't always play. Big Eternity Search. Stun into a blind, hopefully. Gouge because I couldn't sap that. Bomb this. Take a Vis crit, even though it's only 6 combo points. He does a DR Stormbolt for no reason when it was off DR in a couple more seconds. That kind of fucks over my momentum a lot. He just solos the priest because he's a warrior player. Nice. Waiting till after these defensives to pop my one shot. I might have to just go now though. Take a Vis crit. I have duel in one. Oh, I had a kick and a stun for priest there. Warrior's so dead. Oh, he's alive somehow. Continues to waste all of my DRs. Defensively duel. Bandage a tick. And we're all just dead. That sucks. He almost soloed the healer though. That makes up for him wasting all of my DRs. I've been playing around with less mastery. I can get up to like 87 mastery. Without doing like crazy mastery procs on the weapon that never proc and are just worse than the Versa embellishment. But yeah, it's not worth it. Honestly, the Versa it seems to hit as hard or harder. I don't know if mastery is like bugged or something, but Versa is pretty good. Yep, aggro. Angel form. Finally playing the game. Two more finishers and then I can come back to peel. I shouldn't have restepped that, but crumbles me completely through LOS. Oh yeah, this guy's just lagging. That explains his gameplay way more. That's beyond EU ping. This guy must have like some 700 Russian ping. I have a Vis crit out of this and the most damage with blades. He should just explode here. I think the jump from WoD to Legion was the biggest expansion gap. Because that's the beginning of Mythic Plus WoW 2 Diablo AoE Craft Michael Bay edition. And every expansion since Legion has been like 80% the same almost. From a PvP perspective. 70% the same. Whereas TBC, Wrath, Cata, Mop, and WoD are all very, very different from one another. And they only share like 30% similarity, and they all change every time. I think Legion was the beginning of WoW 2. Already, with how they ruined the animations, the models, the art style, the class design. But yeah, that was the biggest gap, for sure. I think that's just Omni Auras, which is what I'm having to use in place of big debuffs. This guy's got a 1.5 mil mage barrier for the start, but oh well. He's letting me break it, okay. Didn't have finality for the Abyss crit, but... WoD, everyone hated it at the time, but in hindsight, it was very similar to Mop still. It was just Mop with like 2 less buttons and most of the bullshit removed. But obviously replaced with other bullshit because the game has never been balanced in any expansion, even remotely. It's like intentionally imbalanced by design. So that people re-roll more and take more time, you know. I don't have Gouge, that's awkward. Like, WoD had way less comps than Mop, but the CC had more counterplay outside of Mage Druid just being insane and just spamming Polyclone the whole game. And RMD being insane. And Warriors just being an entire team of peels on their own for like turbo and stuff. Favorite version of Rogue? Probably Cata. My only gripes with Cata is that you recoup for energy regen instead of slice and dice. And obviously the rest of the game with the dynamic DRs and PvE gear and all that. I'd say Catarug is the least imperfect iteration of it. Redirect is fun. There's energy management. There's combo point management. You have lots of CC. I would say Mop generally expands on it, and it should be more fun. because you actually have Rupture as a damage modifier, so your rotation's a little more complicated. And, you know, you actually slice and dice and recoup, so you have, like, more finishers that you're, you know, using. But the problem where Mop loses a lot for me is burst of speed being in the game and paralytic poison. And just some of the interactions with other classes. Like, monks are super, super toxic. Mainly Mistweaver, not really Windwalker, but like the whole every time you stun them, they get a bubble dematerialize thing, or the whole extra trinket on Nimble Brew. Crazy that this Vicious mount is better than the Glide mount. Like, I would actually use this mount. If this was the Glide mount, I would actually wouldn't even complain. It flies like a flying squirrel, like Sugar Glider, you know? The just generic, play a lot of unranked, doesn't matter if you're 1500 Vicious mount. Such a cooler mount. Instead of just having another Shadowlands gargoyle thing. Why am I dying? The world will never know. Tap him when he comes out of that. His water Ellie should be expiring soon. Oh, that actually hits me. That's awkward. I just meld, get another re. He doesn't AoE where I'm at. Sap him in a second. Water Ellie isn't its own spell anymore. It's like baked into Icy Veins. So when Icy Veins ends, his Water Ellie goes away. So I just get a Sap Bandage. Shouldn't have tried to pre-rupture. That's a little greedy. He's locked on Arcane, so he can't blink. Too bad lockouts are like 2 seconds long. And he just spams Ice Lance on me for harder than my Eviscerate hits. I had Cloak in like 1 second. That was close. Yeah, Frost Mage is the best spec in the entire game. That and Fury Warrior. Fury is the best melee, and then Mage is the best caster, and then Ellie is the second best caster, and DK is the second best melee. But yeah, they just spam Ice Lance harder than Eviscerate hits for. It's kind of nuts. DFA is DB. Sub is good. It's like bottom of S. It's still really good though. Even though they nerfed your CC a lot and nerfed the damage a lot. Out Veins. Gonna vanish, wait out the Veins. It's lame, but it's always playing Frost, you know. So. They're gonna gut Frost though, and we're gonna be stuck with 10-minute Outlaw Arcane games. That shifting hit me like 2 screens away, but okay. Not good for me then. He's dead here, I think, because I don't have cheat death from the last duel. Crimson Vial in 1 second. Yeah. Tag in the other rook. Tag team. Oh, never mind. Oh, I queued into myself. Rip. I should have taken it on the high one. It's gonna decline because I'm missing it on my main. But I'm not gonna queue into myself. Sucks because then I lose the queue on this one, but... I just reopened it, and it had like 5 different WoWs to choose for, and I just chose a different WoW. I had to reset up my whole UI and everything a second time, but... Got an... Peril, Ellie, SP. This is a weird lobby. I think it's pretty good for me, though. The main weakness is, I don't think I can kill an Ellie or a Shadow Priest ever. So this is like, I have to go healers a lot, the lobby. My other ring is not enchanted. That's awkward. Abyss crit. Get another Abyss kit from killing Sifiend. Gouge him to peel. Blind him to peel. Run the meatballer to peel. Big kidney. Gotta bomb this. Send a secret. Go into this crit. Doing whatever I can do to peel and harass everything. Farrell just solos him 50-0 in the kidney. I can't even see what the bite was for. It just 40-0'd him through healing elixir. Biggest bite, 2.4 mil. What do you mean by UI layout? Like, most of my UI stuff is in my Discord, in the add-ons and imports channel, but... Fake open this guy, get peeled by the feral. And then we'll go healer. Try to evasion the feral stunning bait. Big Abyss crit. Got both. Vanish because he wants to stun me. Another Abyss crit. Getting clone. Go dot the others real quick. Go kill the Totem of Wrath. Get a Finality Rupture on this guy. I have the Abyss crit ready. I'm just waiting on Stun DR. Maybe I'll off Kenny Feral just so he doesn't peel me. He trinkets to peel me. I mean, he might just solo me. I'm gonna get restunned. Getting cloned low on the cocoon, that sucks. He's gonna reclone me out of this probably. Oh, he's not. Victim switching the clone though. Still dying though. Evasion in 1 second. One of this crit from having the buff. Now I swap this guy. I just duel. Got another crit ready. Get clone. Stop both. Gouge that. Kidney healer for CC. I can blind off that. Kill Totem of Wrath. Blinding. Trigger that. Step my healer to not die. I have a vanish in 1 second. Vanish to live. Kidney this guy. Use my pre-med before I dance. Send an Abyss crit. Keep everything ruptured. He fakes me on Hex. Not great for me. I think I'm dead this global. Unless he has a life cocoon, which I don't think he does. Oh, he does. Nice. Kick the lasso if I can get there. I can't. I get killed through life cocoon because monks are one of the worst healers. Not him, but like the class. That life cocoon lasted like a couple globals, even though it was like 6 mil. I actually almost topped Dam somehow. I mean, 33% of it was Rupture Pad, but highest of this 800k. I've seen some like 1.4 mils, it's just not on these classes. Abyss crit, then I kill the Healing Tide to get another Abyss crit. Kick Void Eruption. Maybe blind healer here. Maybe sap if I'm lucky. Not lucky, I'll gouge though. Maybe a defensive duel because Feral wants to go me. And do a kidney for CC. With DR Hex, love to see it. I got another Abyss crit, I can swap the Feral. I have blades for the next go. Kidney, bomb this. He's just soloing me on my go. Pop everything. Nice. Edit mode? I could try to put edit mode in there too. Switch my death mark over before I blind so it doesn't break. It gets broken by some other random passive instead. Finish my stacks. I kind of just waste my Abyss crit anyway though into Earthen and Wall. Hit that. I have another crit ready. I want to just go resto. Big crit. Get up my rupture. Clones all my shit. One finisher away from getting my crit. I got it. Now I can go the Ellie. Might just YOLO bomb here. You could script, so it's unfortunate. First done. He does a nice little bash. I like that bash a lot. I couldn't kill this Siphene, which is kind of annoying, but Totem of Wrath. I might just die here to air. Defensively duel the Priest to live. He's like healing himself even though I'm at like 10%. What a troll. This crit, I have Cloak in 5. Cloak in 1. Spamming it. I didn't need to actually because my healer had me, I think. Then I just swapped the healer here. He's gonna get life swapped here, I think. Oh, he gets lassoed by the Ellie. We got life swap anyway, even though I think he was fine. Kill Sky 3 Totem. Waste my Abyss crit because I don't really have anything with it. I whiff my kick. Get Rupture on the other two. Evasion just for the damage reduction. I have a kidney into blind for you. I can blind the Hex actually and still get a sap. Because I blinded him as an interrupt. So I didn't really... Might sap Trinket, couldn't. Kidney is Trinket though. Oh, we went double killed. What I mean, like, as an interrupt is blind is 5 and combat drop is 6. So if they spend like half a second or more like casting and you blind them, that's like the last second you need. You can like blind as an interrupt, blind off a kick, blind off stun, smoke bomb at the end of like blind. Like, there's a lot of ways you could buy that last second. But yeah, since I like blinded him as an interrupt on Hex, I knew I would be able to sap there without having to chain it with a stun. But the Ellie just double killed both of us because monks don't do enough basic HPS. They get out PV'd. First, I don't want to use my Abyss crit into this. I'm gonna wait. Big swap on the Feral since the other guy's on stun DR. He has to life cocoon. And I just swapped the Mistweaver and just keep killing all 3 of them. Evasion so I don't get stunned off that. Back to wall so he can't get behind me. I should have step kicked that. Misplay on my end. Finish my Deathstalker mark so I can blind healer and get off soon. I can blind off this kick to get a sap. He trinkets. Maybe sap his trinket because he's not pressing buttons. I cross the other 2 before I go back priest. Big Abyss crit. Got his trinket. Bomb this clone. Kicked him. Feral wants to come stun me really bad, so I'm gonna probably vanish when he gets over here after he gets a clone. I vanish now so I don't get stunned. Kick Monk again. He wastes stun deer on me. This is really good for me defensively. Kidney healer for CC. Nice little Hex out of that. Should just kill. We got life swap. Maybe get a half sap. I don't. Kicked him though. And Ellie just solos someone else. New buffs today? No. It does like 800k damage if you have all the modifiers for it. And sometimes it just gives you extra little Shadow Strike teleports. It's like really buggy, but it does more damage than a Shadow Strike, and you just... Inevitability is useless, and Perforated is too clunky. And you just need it to get down to the cooldown reduction part of the tree. I got a free Abyss crit from killing that Earth Crab. Gonna bang the healer off this. One stack away from the... Oh, I got another crit. Pick the meatball. Evasion, the Feral stunning me here. Just gonna blind his Aura Mastery. Maybe Smoke Bomb to get a sap here. Got it. Sap his Trinket. One more sap. Do a kidney. Vanish kick him again. He's gonna get feared soon, I think. They waste all my stun DRs with a random cap that we didn't need. Can't gouge off that because he's dotted. I'm gonna get stunned really soon with no trinket. I'm very scared. Trying to just kind of play defensive and kite a little bit. Going in to stop this clone's not really good because it makes it easier for him to stun me. I think I just die if I don't get life swapped or linked to this global. He life swaps me, good. I have to Shadow Strike to get my stack started. One more finisher away. Try to gouge off that. Oh, he gets the life beacon off. Good MC. I might be dead here. 2 death procs. I gouged into his aura mastery. I'll just duel though. It sucks that he appeared. Kind of a big overlap, but I'm gonna do a kidney into DR blind, I think. I can't even do that. I'll blind off that. It's not worth. I vanish to not die to air. Can blind in 1 off the kick. Dead very soon if we don't kill. Try to go stop the lasso. Kill the Totem of Wrath even though it was ending already. And I'm dead. God, that would have been a great round for a guide or something. Maybe I just clip out the part where we lose. Because that was like really good CC moments with like all the mix-ups and stuff. There's like every variant of how to use blind in one game. Time. Yeah, I have the build in there. I updated it. I think I play on 1.0 UI scale. Did they buff anything? No. They just nerfed Gouge, nerfed the self-healing, nerfed Kidney, nerfed this by 41%, nerfed this by 20%. And then our damage is still not that terrible unless you're comparing it to the God mode double everyone's damage specs. Like DK and Ellie and Frostmage and Fury. But like, when you compare it to anything else that's like not SSS auto, you know, clearly gonna get gutted in half, we're doing good damage. And we have enough micro CC to still win the game. It's just people grief you hard in solo queue environments by like perma dotting and breaking CC and wasting DRs when they're almost up. But that's just the game. They're gonna pet stun because Smork. Alright, here comes the zoo. Try to duel the zoo off me. Make a Vis crit. Vis crit. Alright, tag team in the other road. I'll let him get the Hellstone off. I'm not gonna kick that. That's weird. Like a Vis crit. This guy's playing Oblivion. Okay. Dark Pack's really low HP, so it barely heals at all. Gouge that as an interrupt. Banish that to not get food. Send the secret. Tag team in the other road. Dylan next. DFA Sphere. Big of this crit. Big of this crit. Okay, okay. The blades pump. Yeah, I'll put it in now. Edit mode should be in there now. Should be in the add-on imports channel though. I don't know what channel it used to be in. Alright, Josito wants a rematch. Do you fade a sphere again? Pause. Fooled me once. Big Abyss crit. Got dispersed after I did all my damn. Duel so the pet stopped shooting me. I got the buff for the Big Abyss. Kill the Siphene to get another Big Abyss. Look at that. Pick that. What honor gear to get next weekend? I don't think you could spend honor. You could just farm 4K honor and there won't be a vendor. There'd be no point of lowering the honor cap from 15K to 4K after the honor wipe if there was a vendor. Because you would still just get full gear spending the 4K. So, yeah. And in general, the honor grind is like really short. Like it's like done in like multiple hours, not even. So I'm just gonna level as many characters as I can. Probably Rogue, Feral, Mage, and then Warlock or Shadow Priest, or DH Windwalker or DK or Warrior, I don't know. But Rogue, Feral, Mage are a given, I think. Yeah, if you kill something with marks, you get the buff, yeah. When you consume, blah, blah, blah. I don't know where it says the part where you get it when you're done. Oh yeah, here it is. Or no, it's not. I know somewhere it says if you kill someone with your marks, it goes over, but... Oh yeah, when you consume the final mark, or your target dies, gain energy, and your next abyss is crit. Yeah. So yeah, you can do it with totems too. You can just like Shadow Strike and Earth Grab, and you just get a proc. It's kind of nice. The dream would be Steel Majidon from Cata. If he does play retail though, he'll probably go to Calvish and Kearney and them though. But yeah. Or it's just a YOLO play for fun with Egg or something if he wants to play, or I don't know. Ideally, I'd want something that can like multi-class and multi-comp though. And I would just play more degenerate ults. And just go full peekaboo mode. Spin the wheel of what PV class to pick. But I also want to play a lot more Cata. I don't know if it's legit, but this guy was like tweeting that he wanted to do another Cata tournament as a LAN for NA versus EU in like Florida. But I don't know how legit it is. But I retweeted about it because he was like tagging everyone trying to get in contact with Blizzard for it. And that would be sick. Because we haven't had an actual NA versus EU in any version of WoW in like forever. Besides like the no prize money YOLO for fun match at BlizzCon with no seats to sit down and no audio. Big Abyss crit. Alt tab, take the cube. Take that. I need disarm. I do. Get the Hellstone. APM going crazy, true. No, I'm saying that hasn't happened in forever. I want that to happen. Even if I don't get an invite, like I want that to watch or play in. It'd be sick. Cata needs more than one tournament. I'm happy with what we did in the tournament. And there's something to be said for going out with a bang and just being able to brag about it the whole expansion just to piss people off as a joke. But yeah. Even if I go out in like a buster in the next one, and it lowers my sample size of doing well, you know, I don't care. It's good for the game when there's more events and shit. Got the Abyss crit ready. I'm barely dance charge starved though somehow. I think we're just dead. Yeah. I think this is just another healer gap because Mistweavers are not that great of a spec. Yeah, we did good. We got top 3 overall. And we almost reverse swept Sea-Doo, who won the whole thing. So I think we could have beaten Snuts if we beat Sea-Doo. Because we did really well in Devoid. I think 3-player rosters is much more fun for a tournament than 4. It makes the game a lot less counter-compy, and it rewards the very few people that can multi-class. But, like, it's harder to multi-class in Cata than it is on retail. Not just because of, I mean, I guess on a private server level it's not, but, like, on a gearing the characters and actually practicing on ladder it is. Not a good round for me so far. Double kick him. Get 1 null off, get 2 nulls off, get all 3 nulls off. Getting soloed. Cheat death procs. Blind off that. Maybe get a sap. Stays combat for no reason. I break the Gouge. I have an Abyss crit though. Just sending it into the wall even though it's bad. Very dead. This might be the Mistweaver's only win. Or no, that is the dragon also, never mind. Okay, I feel less bad about being O2. It's just a healer diff, I think. It's not even the guy's fault, it's just dragon is infinitely better spec than monk. Hopefully the monk doesn't rage quit while being O2, because then everyone else gets a free 2-0 over me. But usually when people are just getting outclassed, they just leave, which sucks. Go smoke bomb, because Warriors on my team. Resap. Blind off that. Big Abyss crit. Step kick. For Gouge at JK, his bleeds, I can't. Got another Abyss crit ready in a sec. Bomb this. Big Abyss. I go back to Sarm. Before the Blade Storm. Finality Rupture on both, because the first Rupture got immune by Revival. Try to go stun the healer, he gets a precog. Getting a healer in a sec. Blind the dots. Get my sap. This crit the Feral. Duel his trinket and the guy just dies. Alright, can me and Mag carry this monk to a singular win? I think it's possible. Warriors on my team, so I don't need disarm. Let's go Smoke Bomb. Maybe I go DFA and just immune a coil too. Because Smoke Bomb doesn't do much into Dragon. He's just gonna fly in and rescue it anyway. DFAing a coil or like following a port can like cheese a win. DFA the Feral opening on me. He doesn't. Get a reset. Blind. I don't know how my kick didn't go off there even though I was mashing it. It's really bad for me. Big Abyss. Getting the nullies off even though I got his precog. He flies my stun, but... Nice sphere. Try to gouge. Fix my kick. Oh, I could have actually maybe killed right here. Ah, no, he had trinket. And Dark Pact. He just had no wall, and I had dual everything, but... Alright, as long as we don't lose this round somehow. We just go 3-3 on the 6-0. I've tried Kyrian builds. I've tried Cold Blood coup de grace builds. I've tried a lot of every build possible. This is just the most consistent build. If you're like playing 1800 and you're like, I want to watch the Palomar cast sequence macro one shot, and I don't respect my opponent at all, and I want to hope they have no weak auras and no add-ons, and they're mentally AFK for 7 globals straight when you duel them and tell them not to press anything on their keyboard, then dropping 7 combo points and going Trickster or Cold Blood might be the way to do that for like the most theoretical. I AFK'd on this guy for the 10 globals of setup. Will he get one shot, you know? But the clean way to play in micro CC and not be as last on damage is to play Deathstalker. It AoE breaks CC less, it has more PvE pad damage. feral bite. Just deleted him. Yeah, I think Trickster is a lot worse. I've played a lot of it. Yeah, it's way more retail-y. Like, the main problems with coup de grace also is, like, you CC yourself on it. And it can make you gap stuns and stuff. And then sometimes it just bugs out. When you get, like, micro CC'd as you press it. And then it doesn't do the damage. It's just, even if they buff it. Like, this breaks CC. You're forced to send your secret earlier than you want. So that you can build stacks faster with this. And then you're just praying to slice and dice RNG to get your 4th stack. Or you're praying to feint or evasion something to get your 4th stack. And then, or you're just always doing 2-in-1 goes, where you just kind of build a bunch of stacks on one guy and then swap the other guy. It's nice that this is like a big modifier for Kyrian, but playing the game in general without T is just too energy starved anyway. And I've tried like some Trickster T builds to see if that was like more bursty as well, but it's just too clunky. Because you just CC yourself and you break too much CC with this. Because they nerfed this by like 41% in PvP. This goes to 19. So nowadays, a stars aligned to Vis crit on a squishy with a weapon enchant and your teammate giving you another external buff is like less than a feral non-crit bite. Even though you still outscoreboard a feral because you do better like bleed rot than they do. Like I outscoreboard ferals, they just 40-0 people way more than I do. Asta's like A tier. I would say sub is better. This crit, re-tee it. That one was still 1.2 mil. Re-tee, nice. It's still good. Like bottom of S. Like you're not as good as DK or LE or Fury or Frost. Frost Mage, not Frost DK. You're pretty equal with where Feral is at. DH is pretty sleeper, but I think Rogue might slightly be better, even if DH does double my damage. Depends on like how actual real comps go though too. Like Rogue is definitely equal to Feral. The only melee that are better are Fury and Death Knight. I would say sub is definitely better than Windwalker, Enhance, and Arms, and what else even plays? And Ret. It's definitely way better than those. So it's like low S. There's a couple specs in the game that are better, but like it's really, really good. Even if you're last on damage, your micro CC wins games. Like Outlaw might be like 10, like Outlaw only does like 10 mil more around or less. Sometimes I even out damage Outlaw as sub. Like Outlaw damage is not that much higher to justify just having more unnecessary RNG and having no burst. Like Outlaw just has no burst ever. That's what makes it really boring. You're just a slot machine. But it doesn't even get any like exciting goes. You're just sometimes you get the dopamine, oh I got a billion procs and you're like doing good sustain damage because of it, but I don't know. You want to ideally send your secret? As like the second or third last like Deathstalker mark, so then you can like tie the delayed damage with the Abyss crit. Like ideally it's like Shadow Strike Kidney or Shadow Strike Rupture, Shadow Strike Dance Kidney, if you want to be more greedy. But yeah, you could do like Shadow Strike Kidney, Shadow Strike Dance Rupture, Shadow Strike Abyss, Blades and all your modifiers, Sepsis, Secret Tech, you know, Restun Abyss or whatever. How'd Rogue be if they got rid of Gouge? I mean, Gouge is so integral to the game, man. It wouldn't change that much, because everyone breaks every Gouge and perma-dots anyway. And they already nerfed Gouge. They doubled the cooldown and made it 3 seconds instead of 4. Like, it's already nerfed, man. It's just more outplays you can do of like, oh, I gouged their trinket, or, you know. Or I gouged for pre, instead of having to DB for pre, if there wasn't 5 billion dots. Like, if anything, Gouge needs buffs, at the cost of other things. Like, if Duel was less cheesy and Bargain didn't exist, and like, you know, DFA and Tricks or something were like baseline. Just to like have more buttons and more things you could do. Like, it'd be nice to have like a kind of cata mop wad-esque gouge that doesn't break to your own bleeds. So when you're tab rupturing everything, you could still gouge. Like, that'd be nice. Or like gouge for pre when you have someone ruptured. Yeah, it's crazy because Tricks, you have to spend a class talent and an honor talent for it, and you just can't afford either. Because like 99% of the time, you're playing Bargain so that Blades can outtrade defensives, and your Duel and your Smoke Bomb. And then occasionally you drop Smoke Bomb for Disarm. But like, you can't give up Duel and Bargain like 99% of the time. Whereas Asset Outlaw, you can kind of move your honor talents around. With Sub, there's no, oh, I want to DFA this, oh, I want to OP Cloak this, oh, I want to, you know. It's built into Better Blizz frames. This is like 80% of my UI. It's Better Blizz frames and plates. Import for it's on my Discord. Yeah, it's good that I didn't Blades yet, and he did. I'm on Stun DR. Doesn't really matter. I mean, I guess he's gonna triple sap my Stun DR off. Actually, I don't even think he timed it right. Yeah, we're chilling. Full duel here, so he can't vanish. Get the big Abyss crit. Rupture so he can't get a clean vanish or anything. We just kill him off this. No, it's probably still Night Elf. Human and Orc is just like if you have like class envy and like the Rogue v Rogue. If Sub Rogue's actually popular and you know, regularly fight other Sub Rogues as a Sub Rogue, which is pretty rare. Even when like Sub Rogue is good, you're fighting usually Outlaw and Aster Rogue. Like, the only other sub-rogue I usually fight is just, like, Nick the Rogue or Calvish, that's it. I guess Palamore sometimes, and Calm. It's, you know, most times there's not that much sub-rogue mirror that you need to, like, go for it. And if you intend on playing any Outlaw or Asa whatsoever, then Night Elf is, like, mandatory. Got an Abyss crit from killing the Water Ellie. Yeah. I would say in general, Night Elf is more fun too. Because, like, if you immune a Coil or a Stormbolt, you know, it's fun. Or it's like an extra way to, like, get off nullifying off of a dragon, or it's like an extra whole pre-med window to, like, not energy starve or combo point starve, or just... There's a lot more you can do with it. Thank you again, Jamon, for earlier. Hard AFK, my bad. Just need these Qs to pop, like, right now. Oh, this guy accepted. Let me switch back. Oh, he's a Resto Druid. Oh. I'm gonna debate him twice. Yeah, SP, someone was asking how it was earlier, and I kind of was going over something else, but SP's really good. It's probably like the third best caster. I'd say like Frostmage by a million miles, then Ellie, then Affliction and SP are close. I don't know what's better, but they're good. It's just SP loses to Warrior, but what doesn't, honestly? Besides Mage. Immune to Sphere. Got Disperse. Got another crit ready. Tee it. Evasion the Siphene. Get another crit from killing the Siphene with Shadow Strike. Pick that. Held that. Kidney. It's just throw out a bunch of random pets. And, you know, be sad that Fear is just awful because of Tremor Totems and AoE Zerker Shout and... Yeah. Sub is playable, yeah. It's been nerfed a lot, but it's gained some damage until we lose the damage. Yeah, the kidney nerf, gouge nerf. We've already lost some. We're still last on damage, but the CC can still carry games. And quality of life wise, it's doing comparable enough damage to Outlaw to just justify having less RNG and more quality of life than Outlaw. Yeah, Feral is just more fun than Rogue, even if Feral gets nerfed. I'm gonna play a lot of Feral, I think. Like, FMP just CCs more than RMP does. Like, if they nerf Subfrost and, like, it just comes back to just playing, like, some 10-minute Outlaw Arcane game, then I would rather just play FMP. Because then at least, like, people are getting cloned and stuff. As DH, it's pretty good. People are sleeping on it. It's not as good as, like, Fury or Death Knight, but that's, like, every melee. I would maybe put Rogue and Feral above DH, but DH is, like, right with them. The only, like, bad melee are, like, Enhance. Like, Windwalker is kind of A tier-ish. Almost every other melee but Windwalker and Enhance are kind of S, I think. I need to enchant this other ring. Right God tier? No. It's like pretty mid, like A. It's kind of Windwalker-y. It's not enhanced level bad, but it's nowhere near Rogue, Feral, Fury, DK. Big Abyss crit on the lock. Cool, because he doesn't have any hots. Another Abyss crit. Like that, fake smoke. Meld that. Might be my cloak here. Cloak the haunt. Big Abyss crit, you might just die. I don't even think it crit him. Like, I didn't consume the buff. Can't even see the death log properly. Damage breakdown, sure. That game, Abyss was kind of high. But normally Rupture is like 20 to 40% of my dam. Usually 30. I don't usually open with cheap shot Rupture, it's just I'm not going him anyway. My Druid's getting soloed in the opener without pressing buttons. That's really bad for me. Actually, no, it's not. The Monk's 2-0. I thought the Monk was going 0-6 and that was his only win, but it's not the case. He's actually 2-0. Do you see on the frame? That's because of Omni Auras, which is like a replacement for big debuffs. I mean, Abyss is doing like less than 10% of their health in a lot of situations, unless they're like Cloth Stars aligned crit with every modifier. I was getting soloed. Got wall. Got trinket and cocoon. Nice. Lose my abyss crit, but yeah, drop that. Dodge still. Really good. We got the druid on the board. I think Affliction's really good. I don't know. I think Human. I just played Night Elf for so long. Like Night Elf is way more fun to play, but Human looks better. But what barrel? I have to finish one more stack though. This crit. DR Slim the War Mastery. Might just be dead here though. Nice DB. Dual healer to live. Get a Crimson Vial off. Got pre-skins. Sap, good kidney. I have every CD out of this should be okay. Blind to get healer's trinket out of that. I'm actually still dead. That life cocoon is like butter. I have a Vis crit ready. Set my mage to get back there. It's not working. I'm actually dead, man. That's such robbery. I was just stuck robbed in the wall. That was a really good rob. And I didn't get my stun off. That's really bad for me. I lived at literally 1%, and I had like 5 million overkill there. If I just got to play the game. Affliction Lock's doing triple my damage. What a victim. Everyone's just throwing this game though. I kind of threw that one. If I just babysit more micro CC on healer, they killed. I just wanted to get the kill myself. And I kind of went in a bad spot to do it. Oh, that's awkward. Got Iron Bark. Big of his crit. Yola Bomb. Blind Druid. Might sap. No, he has Trents out. Gouge though. Good kidney. Maybe just go him again. Big Pont because it does a lot of damage. I'm very scared of damage here. Kick Haunt again with the CDR from Vanish. Okay. Oh, I overlapped. It's awkward. Or else just getting soloed. Yep. Oh, this is the weirdest lobby. Literally everyone's just going 3-3. I went to both chats and not just... It's too vague of a question, Jinx. It's like asking me to pick what your favorite color is. Do you want like easiest spec? Do you want like brain dead spec? Do you want like something fun? Do you want something easy? Like there's just so many variables to that. And everyone's different on like what they're able to do. And how much effort they want to put in. If you just want to turn your brain off an Xbox controller with the least binds possible, probably DK and DH or Ellie. Just, you know, no thought, full PV. Fury Warriors in there too, yeah. Fury Warriors have a little more brain cells than they used to though, because they have Bladestorm now, which is usually the only like hard part about Warrior. Meld this poly on me. I'm gonna maybe get a sap even though he has dots. Shuffle's fun in the beta. It's pretty similar to Dragonflight. It's just there's literally nothing else to do. My options are go on cata and gut my streaming hours to 2 hours a day and go homeless. Waiting for prime time to play for like 2 or 3 hours and still fight the same team 7 times in a row because it's not the end of the season. Or play pre-patch where everyone has bugged quadruple the amount of armor and is, you know, just immune to melee more or less. Or play beta this entire month and just wait for War Within to come out and then play end of cata at the end of next month. When the end of season's actually happening. But yeah, the beta is really all there is, because the season doesn't start till September 10th. Because it's like 2 weeks after the launch. So early access is Thursday. Then full release is Monday. And then you have to wait 2 weeks for the season to start. So hopefully they keep the beta going, because all there is going to be to do is level. And everything is time gated too. So like, and it literally takes like 6 hours to level your first character, and then your ult get even faster. So even if I level 4 characters in 1 week, even though no one will watch me do PvE, I'll have like 50 viewers leveling, and it'll be a ghost town, and it's gonna be really bad for my stream. Where I'll just have to be like, okay, I'll level for a couple hours, then go play cata, you know. Like, the copium is that the beta will keep running even after the game comes out. So that I have some kind of arena I can play. It racks up with every character you get. So if you get a bunch, it goes all the way up to 50, apparently. But yeah, the plan is get my rogue done, get my feral done, get my mage done, maybe do a second rogue, maybe do a warlock or priest. If you watch the level, I appreciate it. Most people don't. I usually don't even do the leveling on YouTube. That makes me want to do the leveling on YouTube. Maybe I'll level all 6 of my priests. I'm not doing more than 2 rogues. Like, I can't. There's no point. Sub is good. It's like S tier. Yeah, if you have Epic, you get to play on Thursday, yeah. At 3 p.m. West Coast. Build good. Probably this Deathstalker build. T-Sepsis and all that. Yeah, Rupture is like 30% of your dam usually. More than this. Let me go back on the other rogue. Make sure they're both in queue. Even though they're similar MMR now that they're queuing into each other. Nah, it's 3 p.m. That's what it says on the website. I can look for it again, though. Pre-Ross, so I'm not going to do anything. He's peeling me even though he popped his crit immune already. So by the time this scatter half trap's over, he's already almost not crit immune. So there's like no point to peel if you already used your defensive. But now we pop all of our damage. He's actually critable. I get to do the big abyss crit. Rupture should just kill him in turtle. Have I played any Asa? Yeah, I don't enjoy Asa though. It's A tier, it's just boring. I'd rather just play other classes than play Asa. I hope it's not like mandatory to like play the class. It's my least favorite spec in the entire game. Like, I can sometimes tolerate Outlaw, but I'm bored of Outlaw, too. What is the War Within Arena? That's what it is. We're playing the max level Season 1 gear. PvP. For the new expansion. We're just playing the beta. But yeah, the early access is Thursday. It's just the queues are kind of long on the beta sometimes, so. This time he didn't waste his crit immune, so I can... He's gonna pop it here. So I don't want a blades. Nice, we didn't blades or anything. Not sure how that broke, but... Oh, it's because singular focus, because the pet's ruptured. Yeah. I vanished the disarm, but it still hit me. Usually that would actually make a miss, but... It's a good trap. Might lose this duel because of that. Oh, never mind, we're chilling. He played this well. Him removing the dots is kind of good for me. Because it lets me gouge to live, but I still die. Surprised they fixed the Hunter Disarm. That was like the only mechanic you could actually vanish without having to meld it. But the projectile wouldn't hit you if you vanished it. It was like that, like all of Shadowlands and Dragonflight. It's good to know I can't do that. I would just meld that and then kill him right there. Yeah, he played that duel really good. He didn't waste crit immune that time, and he actually properly just kited. I don't think Survival's good though. I think I should win that duel. Maybe I didn't have every CD or something. Yeah, no, frames is what you want for target and focus. Plates is like only nameplate stuff. Yeah, if you want to highlight certain buffs and stuff, that's frames. But yeah, I have the imports for both. So you want BBF. Same place. It's on the Discord. It's right above it. He's not bladesing, so I'm not going to trinket. I'm off stun DR, so I'm kind of risky here. Vanish is vanish, but I have dots on me. I'm dead here, I think. That sucks. If I had human, I know I'd still be on trigger TD. Okay. I just shouldn't have tried to meld the gap in his restuns. If I vanished there instead, I would have been fine. That's what it was. How you doing, Etchy? Trying to see like where it went wrong, but yeah. And I did give him the opener and sit it, but he didn't blades the opener, so. As long as I don't get sapped out of this, nice, he gouges. I'm still on stun DR forever, so there's not much you can do. I don't have duel for his vanish, but got a clean rupture on him. I cloak his rupture off. You don't even need veil for that. Oh, I'm not playing disarm. That's what it is. I thought he just outplayed my disarm. I was like, you can cloak rupture without veil, and then I look and I'm playing veil, and I'm like, oh. That makes more sense. Like, usually I never lose rogue 1v1s ever. I was like really confused. I think they did. I'm not sure though, Zeke. I've taken it out of my macros because it was like bugging my targeting, and it hasn't really happened in a while, but you never know. So it might be fixed until they break it again. Thought I have Asian aggro there, but it didn't go off. Kind of awkward because I triggered it aggro. I'm off stun DR right now, so. Thank God I blinded like the frame I came off stun DR. Oh, I didn't get. I should have ruptured instead of disarming. I get him out. We're chilling. $48 hours. Yep. Until the leveling begins. I wonder if it'll be a smooth launch with the early access shit. Or if it's gonna be a fiesta of like server issues and shit. I know everything's time gated, so it's kind of pointless to even do the early access unless you're like trying to play the auction house with like gathering professions, but yeah, I'm planning on just leveling a few characters. Maybe I'll do gathering professions on my druid or something. All down bad for him. Because that's on his blades. Still on stun DR forever. He can't do anything with this. Look the sepsis off, even though it's not blades. I evasioned that and it hit me through evasion. Look, this karma. Fish crit even though he has wall. From dance charges on the pets, I guess. We just kill him next go. I have blades. Might just blind that heal and sap it. Just to get my dots off. And stop him from topping himself off. Dance kidney. Priest on Abyss crit. I should have sent the Abyss before the secret and Rupture. Because I'd already had the crit buff. You can't line up 2 crit buffs in a row, because like if you have 1 stack left and you do the Darkest Night, it'll go back to 3 stacks. So I should have just kind of reset my stacks first before doing the Secret Rupture and all that, but I mean, I guess I've still buffed the Big Abyss more, but how you doing, Flip? So early access, 26th, or Thursday, 3 p.m. Real release, Monday, 3 p.m. And then arena season is September 10th. 2 weeks. Yeah, the early access is just, everything is time gated. You can't even farm more than 4,000 honor. There's no honor vendors, anything like that. So it's just level, and it takes 6 hours to level a character. And every max level you have makes the next one 5% easier, up to like 50. So if you have 10 max levels, it's like a 50% XP boost. But yeah. I plan on getting 4 or 5 characters done. If only I could level doing PvP though. I miss doing like battleground leveling. When that was viable for a short period. New optimal stuff video? I do not know. I'm waiting on the beta to kind of be done. I'm working on a lot of like skill cap stuff for people, but I'm also gonna like do my own thing eventually, but I just think things are gonna change. But yeah, it's basically just make a weak aura for Darkest Night. Try to do all of your stacks. So like you Shadow Strike, you don't open with stuns. You have 3 stacks. You gotta do 3 finishers. So you can kind of like get up your Rupture. Kidney also doesn't count. It has to be damaging finishers. So like only Abyss, Secret, and Rupture. So like get up your Rupture, do a Secret, and then do like 1 Abyss to get Finality, and then you've done all 3. And then you have like your restun Abyss, you have the guaranteed crit and the damage modifier. And you just run around your Rupture pad, you do your micro CC, and you try to play around this buff every time you do all your stacks. And you also play around a lot of First Dance and the new pre-med. So you could do like Strike, Kidney, Strike, Dance, be at full points because of First Dance, do a finisher, then do a whole second pre-med from the dance. And you can kind of get like 3 finishers off without even using blades. Trying to dance here. Oh, nice. He came out of block early for no reason. That's huge for me. So here I have the buff right next to Subtlety. Big Abyss crit. I don't think these are the same lobby. Yeah, they're not. We got Magnus again on Warrior. And I don't know who the Tiley mage is. But it's an H-Pal versus a dragon, so it's just gonna be hard. Well, Smoke Bomb's not that good into dragon, so let's just go DFA. I don't need disarm. In most cases, bomb is still a lot of value here, though. It could be useful into dragon sometimes. I have too much PTSD of them just rescuing them out of the bomb. Most people would just stay smoke bomb here. It's just, I overthink and make DFA fun, but that is not the norm. Strike. Kidney. Strike. Get a resap. Think of this. Might DR blind off that to get a sap. Maybe sap trinket. I'll just babysit resaps. Spell me one time. Never been dispelled before. There's Emerald, really good. Big shifting. One stack left. Big DFA crit. Nice Hodge from the Pally. Could have almost sapped that if I wasn't micro CC'd. A nice little half rep. Give a kidney. Meld the haunt. Gonna duel off that. He's gonna get AoE healed by like Dream Breath or some shit though. This crit when I get there. I think it's better, yeah. It's like low S. There's a couple specs better, but it's really good. The main saving grace we have right now is, even though Magnus is top dam, he's playing Arms and not Fury. If he was Fury, it would be a lot harder. Look, the polys on me, get a big Abyss crit. Switch my Deathmark before I blind. Ooh, that's awkward. Nice, it's not breaking because I didn't have a dot on anyone else. Problem is, as soon as I hit someone else, it'll break. But it's fine. Kidney and then come back to the warrior. Big duel. Nice. Yeah, so the problem with Deathstalker Mark is this singular focus thing breaks CC. So it switches by either completing your marks and using the Abyss proc, applies marks doing the Abyss proc, or just by doing a Shadow Strike. So I wanted to like go Shadow Strike someone else to be allowed to blind, but I couldn't. But then, so if I had any ruptures on any other DPS, doing damage to other DPS would have damaged my Deathmark and broken the blind. gonna defensively duel the bubble and just to CC it. Debatable if this is worth. There's sack. Get my mark up before I dance. That way I'm not wasting any finishers. He bopped my mark off anyway. I guess I'll go warrior. I have 2 stacks. 1 more stack. Okay, I have the crit ready. I can just go pally with this. Do a big abyss crit. And I don't know what killed my healer. It's probably just a gigantic haunt from the warlock. I was about to come swap and go back. Yeah, 1.4 mil haunt into execute, yeah. I was gonna say, they put all their stuns and everything into me. He just fell over. Where's on my team, so I don't need disarm. Now, the dragon actually outdamaged me that round. I didn't get to play much yet. The healing dragon. Finished my stacks. Big of this. I sleep. He sacked it though. Got port. Vanished to the CDR to Kenny Pally. Bomb because he trinketed. Try to gouge him running into the bomb. Can blind in 1, but I don't think it's worth it. I'll wait till next go. Evasion for dam reduct. Didn't get it off. I'll blind Pally now though, even though I can't sap it. Bubbles it. I'll duel it as soon as I have energy for it. I vanish this haunt so it doesn't hit me, since I gave him precog. I get coiled. He's gonna haunt kill my dragon here with it, probably. Oh, it's killing me instead. Try to CC all 3 just to live. Gouge off that. Kill lock here. I have the most dam. He gets bopped. At least I finished my stacks, so I have the buff before it got bopped. I'm still dead here. I have cloak at 5, but there's no way. Kick lock. There's a way. Dragons are insanely broken. Stun healer for CC. I have cloak. I'm just being kind of greedy. Gouge off that. I'm gonna probably have to cloak here. Hit Pally. Nice. So shift, scroll up, scroll down, and middle mouse are target, and ZX and C are focus. You guys recommend Rogue? I think Rogue's good, but you're gonna have to put in more effort than most things. It's very similar to DF too. We're still in this micro CC PvE meta. I don't think that's ever going away. After I finish my stacks, we could swap. I have to just move my stacks now. Got Emerald, I'll just duel it. I have an Avisk right here. Gets a sheep. Love to see it. Poke the haunt so I don't get one shot. Still getting one shot. Meld something to wear off me. I meld bugs. I can dual healer for CC and defensively. Into a kidney, into a sheep. He doesn't have emerald for a while, so this duel's not bad. DR stun to maybe get more micro piss. Nice. Get the mage on the board. It's good for me. Regular scroll up is disarm and scroll down is gouge. It used to be non-shift scroll was my targeting, but and then middle mouse is my cloak. I just wanted more like the ability to play faster with those. I don't think you need a clean target 1, 2, 3 sometimes because you can tap target. I think a clean focus 1, 2, 3 is way more important than a target 1, 2, 3. Gold the emerald. That. Vanish kick him again in a second. I usually do poorly into Fury and Frost Mage. Like if it's like a full wizardy lobby of all immortal people I can't kill, like Frost Mage and Ellie and Hunter, it's hard. If I'm just getting out PV'd by like Ellies and DKs, it's hard. And if it's just a full Fiesta melee cleave and like the Fury Warrior just goes 6-0, like you kind of want a mix of like some melee and some range for you to do well, but it's still S tier. You can beat most things. Do WoW tokens go up or down? I actually forget. I want to say up whenever there's new content. Well, down I think. Like beginning of cata, they were dirt cheap. And then they're starting to get more expensive now. Because more people actually, it depends how much people actually want the gold, like how important it is for stuff. Versus just everyone wanting to play for free and having like 1 GDKP, meaning you play for like a year for free. Share talents? Yeah, they're in that build. In the base bin. That's the talent code. Yeah, just for retail. They're both in the same link. Should I sell now? I have no idea. I think that's just gambling. Depends how expensive like professions and craft gear and stuff are, and how mandatory they are. We buy our UI. Most of my UI stuff's for free. It's all on my Discord. Now, if you play Outlaw, you play Fatebound, and if you play Asa, you probably also play Deathstalker. Trickster is too clunky and it breaks DC, and then what even is the other one? I think it is just those three, right? I was greedy by not vanishing. Nice. Touch of Death actually got absorbed by Cheat Death. And then we just kill him in 4. I have blades. Poisons. I could not cheap shot this guy's trinket, so it's crazy he actually opened. That's crazy. I'd be dead here because I had to reopen. Oh, my shuffle. I got a survival hunter. That's new. So you're doing a go. You're mostly doing ZXC. Yeah. I mean, or like, and then all my focus CCs are kind of in a row. Shift Q is focus Gouge. Shift W is focus Kidney. Shift E is duel. Shift R is focus disarm. And then shift mouse button is focus blind. Yeah, it's kind of X, hit whatever focus CC I want. Step kick, Gouge, Kidney, blind. And then go back and do my cheap shot of his spam while keeping everyone ruptured. Need one more finisher, and then I can go someone else. Probably go the Feral. Healer. Do a Hex. He gets decursed though. Bomb this. Should be lethal. Abyss crit, no Ross. Gonna duel. He's gonna get linked here though, I think. Yeah, he got linked. One finisher away from having the buff. Getting cloned though. Try to cloak it. My mage might die soon. I don't know if he has block or not. He does. Okay, cool. We overlap it with Link. I have the buff. I just need to move my character. They give precog. That's really bad for me because I'm going to get cloned on blades. Another Abyss crit. Pick that. Go blind. Getting kited. My mage might be dead here. I have an Abyss crit, but I'm just stuck in roots. Yep. As for Deathstalker, so you do a Shadow Strike or finish your previous marks, and it puts up 3 stacks. And you want to get rid of the stacks so that you can get an empowered eviscerate. So you're kind of more tunnel vision-y, but you get your Abyss buff, and then you could either swap or like keep going the guy you're going with it. But like if they have like, you know, 1 stack left, then you swap someone else, you're kind of wasting multiple finishers because you're like almost have the Abyss crit ready. But kidney doesn't count, so just damaging stuff. So like I have 1 stack, right? If I switched here, it would be bad. So now I have the buff. I can go Abyss crit the hunter real quick, and it applied new stacks. Now he has 2 stacks. Now I'm finishing the last stack. Now I'm swapping the mage. Big Abyss crit. Quick Hex. Do a random drive-by gouge into kidney. JK. I can't even gouge because he has rupture. I'll just vanish that, even though it's kind of bad. Because I've done both my vanishes without putting blind on CD yet. So I kind of wasted, you know, like 40 seconds of cooldown reduction on blind, but his capstones are so weird. I don't know why he's going for them. I have duel for CC here, but mage is actually sitting in invis. I hate this disarm a lot. I lost my Abyss crit buff because I've been waiting forever on the micro CC. Even though it lasts 30 seconds. Pick into a kidney. Duel defensively for my feral to not die. He turtles. I would have liked to pair it with a stun, but I knew we were going to die soon if I didn't peel. Get my last stack done. Get a big crit. Bomb this late. He's CCing himself with the lasso. I'm okay with it. Go gouge. Pick ring. Kill Dealing Tide. We're dead. Unlucky. Three death procs. of this. Got trinket. I was way too close. I had no cheat death and I was at 600k. I died to like a dot tick there. On a triple cheap shotgun? No. And you apply it with Shadow Strike, so you don't even want to open with cheap shot. You want to open with like Shadow Strike Kidney or like Shadow Strike Rupture into like Shadow Strike. Hit my leg on my chair. I mean, it gives people a way to... I did answer targeting, like, multiple times. I've got the crit buff. I swap this guy, do the crit, and then we kill Healing Tide to get another crit buff. And then the Feral just solos him without pressing any defensives, dies without blocking on my team. I even set all of my focus CCs. So I would, yeah, ZX and C would set my focus, and then I'd run over and I would do somewhere between Shift 3, Shift Q, Shift W, Shift R, Shift mouse button. What I want to focus CC with. And then I go back and I spam cheap shot and eviscerate on the other guy. Or sometimes I will stun healer and then kidney the kill target. Like, it's completely situational. You just, you know, rupture everything, do good micro CC. And then, yeah. Just spam finishers and blades and that's it. Blocks at 2%. I wish you'd block on my team. I'm changing my focus kind of constantly. I mean, you could watch in game. I mean, if there's like a class stacking and there's like 2 DHs, sometimes I'll tab target just to be sure. But yeah. I'm just saying, it's better to be without target 1, 2, 3 binds and use tab than it is to be without focus 1, 2, 3. If you have to gun to your head pick, but ideally you'd want both. Wanted to get a half sap, but I couldn't. Actually, I still can. Kill the totem to get a crit buff. Kick the surge. Send a big crit. Vanish kick him again on surge. JK, it goes off. I'll just duel the surge to peel, I guess. Probably solo. Oh, he's on hypo. He already blocked. Might be lethal then. Kicked him. I would say sub is better, yeah. But if you're like really bad, then like Asa's still gonna be easier to play. But sub has a higher skill cap for sure and more potential. Sub and outlaw are kind of close, but I would put sub above outlaw too right now. But I'm sure sub will get nerfed into the ground and outlaw will probably take over. But even though outlaw has no burst, but too early to tell. Yeah, this is the new tabard. Yeah, I'd rather just play another class than play Asa, is my personal opinion, but that's how much I hate Asa. I think we're like bottom of S. There's like 4 or 5 specs maybe better than us. But it's really, really good. Does it go away Thursday? I have no idea. I hope it keeps going after launch, because there's nothing to do for 2 weeks after I level all my characters in like a day. Maybe 2 to 3 days if I'm slow. Just go off the Lontar tier list. It's pretty accurate. I'm like 99% on the same take as him. We've already been nerfed huge, but we will get nerfed more, yeah. With how much people hate Subrokes. I mean, they've already nerfed the utility. The only thing left they can do is make sure it does less damage than fucking healers and Augvokers. Yeah, they gave dragons a blink for no reason. Like, dragon was already, like, insanely broken. Like, dragon is by far the best healer. Granted, that was a DPS dragon, but... I think your focus keybinds should have no modifier key. So there's less lag to press them. Because sometimes you're switching focus before you actually press the focus CC button. So like almost all of my focus CCs are with shift, but my focus 1, 2, 3 is ZX and C. You don't have to look at the number on the nameplate. You just kind of muscle memory it from the arena frames, top to bottom. Yeah, I mean, Gouge is shorter duration, twice the cooldown. Kidney is longer cooldown. And, yeah. I mean, I would rather they just delete Bargain and delete Duel. Maybe even delete the CDR. And then just give us, like, longer Gouge that doesn't break on dots. Smart AoE on secret text that doesn't break CC. And Orc being reworked. And they could just kill triple DR CC in general and then like rebuff all the CC to be long again. That way like the penalty to gouging is that you waste a full sheep or a full sap. But then it's still there as like an outplay to like 4-second gouge someone's trinket. If there's like 8 to 10 second. Like the main problem with Bargain is like it makes your offensives outtrade enemy defensives. And it's not fun to take a talent that nerfs your own damage, and it's not fun to just have 2 out of 3 of your talents be mandatory. It means I can never go play DFA and make an outplay. It means I can never go OP Cloak and do something interesting with that. It means I can't go spam Shadow Step friendlies to eat traps. I can't go, you know, I already said DFA. I can't go tricks. And then we can actually have scary damage if Duel wasn't in the game. But yeah, if there just wasn't triple DR CC and CC was just longer, I think that's a better CC nerf than nerfing CC durations. Like, Cyclone is just too OP compared to other CCs. It's the same duration as a Fear of Poly, but it doesn't get dispelled, it doesn't get broken, and it's usually casted faster, and on top of that, Like the main crazy thing is, I guess it's mostly just the not being broken and not being dispelled part. It's like the only CC that works. It's not even about like denying CDs or stalling out DRs, you know, like it just should never be the same duration as a Poly and Fear. And then there's so many other breaks for normal CCs too that don't work on Clone. Like AoE Zerker Shout, Tremor Totem. Like Fear is by far the worst CC. It's not even close. Like imagine you're a Disc Priest and you run all the way across the map at 1 mile an hour and you go Fear someone for 5 seconds and then a warrior just dispels it. Not even him just Zerker raging himself out of it, but him like getting his healer out of a Fear. Like how is that ever comparable to Cyclone? And I found some tech. I already knew if I rupture a different target with replicating, if the replicating hits the primary target, it still consumes a stack. So like when I ruptured the Feral there, replicating ruptured the DH, and then the AoE rupture did do a stack of Deathstalker. But I forgot that AoE stuff tends to go through Blur and Evasion. Like, it was already really good to pad some AoE stuff on DH in the past. Like, AoE Shiv on Asa. Like, or if you shivved the teammate, it would go to the DH through Blur. With the AoE Shiv. Might be good to, like, AoE Rupture to do your stacks into Blur. If there's not 5 million pets absorbing the Rupture. I mean, Feral just has more CC than Rogue and more like the same sustain. Well, maybe less sustain. Like Rogue actually outbleeds Feral, but Feral outbursts Rogue. Like you can get some 40-0 bites. But in general, it's like just having Cyclone and it's way more fun. Like FMP is a more fun version of RMP. So I intend on playing a lot of Feral, to be honest. If they nerf sub into the ground. Like, I would much rather play FMP than play, like, Outlaw Arcane or Asa Arcane. If they nerf sub and Frost into the ground. Can you play without AoE Rupture? Not really. I mean, you could. You could drop these and do this. Or you can just grab Shadow Focus or grab Weapon Master, I guess, but... I wonder if Shuriken Tornado would ever be funny into, like, DK or something. The thing that's really good about AoE Rupture, though, is you can get Finality Rupture on 2 people at once. Like, it'll actually Finality both of them. And with Singular Focus, all of the random Ruptures on pets still, like, go to your Deathmark target. So, it makes random pad Ruptures actually more valuable. I can almost out-damage an Outlaw Rogue as a Sub-Rogue, and it doesn't have Burst, so it's not as fun. It's Asa and Outlaw are like high A. Sub is like low S. It's just Sub is more fun to play too. Because it's more fun actually having burst than actually playing around CC than just PvEing. Got Trinket Life Swap on the DR Cheap Shot. I'm very dead here though soon. I'm getting to my shaman for link. He's not linking me. Maybe he doesn't have it because I'm not tracking it. He links now. I ran into it, but I think they killed it. That was such a shitty link. Try to gouge off that. Even though it's much shorter duration than the hexes he's been getting. I have a blind, but I think I died a haunt here. I got the cloak off, we're chilling. Put a blind healer. Oh, I actually had lethal like right here, I think. Actually, no, I was still like 2 finishers from having dance and duel. I mean, I intend on playing a lot more multi-classing. I intend on playing a lot of Feral because it's really fun. And I enjoyed Cata Feral and I enjoyed Dragonflight Feral. And then, I mean, I don't intend on doing much PV. I mean, I also have like one of the most functioning UIs on the beta. And I have a like, massive ping advantage, like 18 ping versus like Euros with 150. And I've put in more games than anyone else. Like, across like all 4 rogues, I've probably played like over 1,000 plus rounds of shuffle already. So it shouldn't be fair. Yet I'm still not even having like some crazy results in every single lobby. You trinkets fear. My lock's just gonna die in the oak probably. Big Abyss crit. One more finisher and then I could swap Hunter. I'll just duel it. Got trinket. He doesn't turtle, so he might die. Never mind, he crit immuned himself. Kill a totem for a crit buff. Go feral with it. And my lock just dies to air. This lobby's not going good for me, I guess. It should. Yeah, Feral is God mode, Unholy is God mode, Fury is God mode. And then for casters, it's like Frost and Ellie. And then like the almost like the demigod status is like Sub Rogue and Shadow Priest and Affliction. And then everyone else is kind of struggling a little bit. And then the only things that are like dog shit are like the non-disc Ardruid Dragon Healers and Enhance. And then like the kind of middle, not shitty, not great, are like Ret and Windwalker and stuff. Oh, I could have melded that. That was so easy to meld. Because it was like really far travel time. Take a Vis crit. Hopefully my hunter doesn't just die here to air. Might though. Take a Vis crit. Gouge Shaman. Kidney Shaman. Big Haunt. Another Vis crit. If I move. Yeah, I would say Boomy is the odd man out there. I don't think Boomy is that insane. It's kind of in that limbo of like. I say that, but even a 10% buff could make it God mode. So it's like scary, but it's like high A. Because Cyclone is like the only good CC. So if Boomy is immortal and does damage, it'll always be the best class. It was like the best class all of Dragonflight since season 2. Like Boomy is literally like 5% from being God mode, even though it's A tier. Because it's an impossible spec to balance with how bad CC is designed. With all the CC nerfs. Where it's just Cyclone is the only good CC. No one wants to Trinket. Oh, he didn't have Trinket, actually. Yeah, that DR blind sap was at giga value, actually. Sucks is even if I go like 4 wins, I probably lose MMR because I'm way above this lobby. Please stops my clone. He doesn't. Insane. Feral trinkets? What? Got priest trinket. One more stack. Oh, for a half sap. On the lock on wall, but we're gonna die. Oh, that's so down bad for me. I had my blind still off that too. I was doing DR sap into blind. I just wanted to like meld for the sap to get my CDR going, but yeah, I mean the other CC's got even worse. And Cyclone is still like already God mode. It's kind of crazy. What's crazy is like even with how good Cyclone is, Dragon is still way better than Ardrid. I guess that's because Ardrid just can't cast Cyclone anyway. Just PV. I didn't blades or anything here because he rost. Evasion, the Feral coming over to stun me. Finish my proc. Blind off that CS probably. Pull off that even though it's my blades. Kind of awkward I blades, but please dispel me. One time for the one time. Never been dispelled before. I don't know what that's like. My whole blade's wasted. I almost get sapped up, but it was DR. I didn't stop the clone, that's really bad. Nice CS, but I think we're still dead. Well, that sucks. Well, at least it'll make the queue shorter. People did not press buttons on my team. Except for the lock. The lock was actually hitting interrupts, doing good damage. Usually it doesn't do that well, but he did pretty well. Couldn't ask for him to live that much longer than he did. I just shouldn't have played Veil, I think. I should have played Smoke Bomb, I guess. Alright, do the cheese. It's for the fun. Is there any mobs to kill? I don't think there is. We're doing it. I don't think it worked. Oh. I almost said peekaboo. Calvin showed me that this one-shots in duels. You have Deathstalker mark and then you go one-shot something else. It's cooked, but... Not this cute pop right here, because I'm dual boxed. Hey, Greshnik. How you doing, man? Sure, H pounds? Yeah. Oh, the webcam is blocking it, huh? Very good. Finished my stacks, big abyss crit, re-tee it. Abyss crit, tee it. I'll Stormbolt in a sec. Got it. Big Kidney in a sec. Got some trinkets. Got parry. Step his leap. Easy clap. Storm because he's finally connecting. We'll just vanish off this. We still have the Abyss crit buff with everything. Full send. Abyss crit on the next one. We have Abyss crit now. Re-T it. Actually, I don't have any T. Other disarm. A little scary here, actually. Crimson Vow before I vanish because I want the cooldown reduction. Get my last stack done. This crit. Ideally, I'd rather just go with Kidney and like get the secret off before the Abyss crit so that I get a lot more damage on it, but couldn't really stay in as long as I wanted to set it up. We go Humble the Humbler on a different character, so he accepts it. He knows. I think God Call will be good. I think it'll be insane, yeah. SPs are really, really good. They just lose to Warrior, and Mage counters Warrior. I think God Comp will be one of the best comps. I think God Comp will be insane, and KFC will be insane. And then obviously any random DKLE PV comp will be good, and RMP will be good. I think DH Boomy will still be insane. I thought this guy would block, man. His corpse just gated. Warrior will probably be good. I think if you're a Warrior, you'd probably rather play like KFC or TSG or Thunder. I think Thunder will be absolutely batshit too. Like that'll probably shit on RMP. Obviously, it's way too early to tell, but it's a little easier to tell now than it used to be impossible to tell, but the last couple expansions have just been full-on PvE metas. And yeah, they're at the point now that they're doing individual PvP tuning, not just only, you know, PvE changes that affect both. Got a DFA coil, didn't get it. Got a cloak coil, got it. Gonna duel the zoo off me. Walls. Gouge that as an interrupt to be annoying. Vanish that as an interrupt to be annoying. Stun that again as an interrupt to be even more annoying. Kick that. Make him question everything. And then I'll blind the next one. Oh, he yields! Okay. I was, to be fair, gonna blind the next one, into gouge the next one, into kick the next one, into vanish, kick the next one. So I agree on that. Oh, I love it. How's Asa feel? It's like A tier. Asa and Outlaw are A, sub is low S. Yeah, it's the Euros, because Europeans have more freedom of speech than people in NA do, actually. NA likes to just scream freedom, you know, America, and go full K-Kona and shit. But, the Europeans are allowed to be way more toxic. Also, it's what happens when there's no MMR. When you're just, like, actually 1,000 times better than someone and you're fighting them, like, it really hurts people's egos for sure. Because they're used to just, you know, everyone being rolling in the mud together. Same with, like, skirms, where, like, that's why it's, like, sad when, like, a really bad Fury Warrior can, like, almost beat me, and I'm, like, trying Game 7, and I, like, step his Heroic Leap twice, and I, like, meld 2 Stormbolts, and they still almost win. And then they're, like, talking shit even when they do win, and it's like, if you had to do a fraction of the shit I was doing in this duel, like... Take a Vis crit. I should not have gone the Warrior, to be fair. He just did so much healing. Definitely should have just killed the lock. I just wanted to see if I could kill the Warrior. Oh, that's Gouge? Oh, that makes more sense. I'm just saying in general, I've seen a lot of really toxic, like, Russians and shit on the beta. It's usually the Warrior players that just have their, you know... Yeah, Fury is insane, and that's probably the best melee spec you can play. Fury, then DK. And they gave it a little more skill cap than it used to have, because you can actually Bladestorm stuff now. And then with Slayer, you could actually use your stuns and stuff while you're Bladestorming too. So it's a lot more like 2-for-1 value of like outplaying a CC and then like actually killing with it still. Abyss. Didn't make him dodge any attack? What do you mean? I think I just shadow stepped behind him. I don't think he used fist because he just got stunned on it because you can't dodge cheap shot. Yeah, or cloak it with Veil if you respec for the duel. Crazy the range on that shit, man. On the celestial bullshit. Finish my stacks, even though it's weird. Pre-med to full points and get my kidney. Into the Abyss crit. Boom. Oh yeah, that. You either just proc it with something else, like a Gouge, or like any even auto attack. You just wait till it goes away by auto attacking him. Or you just shadow step behind him and you can't dodge backwards. So you can just step kidney. I don't think Rogue will be that good in Blitz, because even if you ninja a bunch of nodes, you just lose the team fight if they have better PvE classes than you. Like if you're playing like Rogue Warrior Hunter and they're like DK Ellie, you know, Boomy or something. If they just auto, you know, win the scoreboard pad, you just lose. No matter how many nodes you ninja. I think Smoke Bomb is useful for like FC maps, I guess. Eye of the Storm is just terrible and shouldn't be in Blitz. If it was just like all Katmogu and like Deep Wind, it'd be okay. Or not Deep Wind, what's the other one I'm thinking of? Silver Shard. Like if it was all just like carts and like Katmogu and stuff like that, it'd be fine. You just Cloak of Asia or whatever, I guess, or what? And you just hope they don't get behind you and auto attack you? That's pretty broken. Now, Eye of the Storm is terrible for Blitz. It's just camping with the flag. I'd say Gilneas is also pretty terrible. I think just taking nodes out of play is like really bad for the game. If it was just like all bases are always active no matter what, Arathi Basin, Katmogu, and Silver Shard Mines, it would be okay. But I And then whatever the new BG is or whatever, you know. Come out with like new ones and stuff, but some of them just do not translate to 6v6 or Blitz in general. This is like the new Vicious mount. Like from like just random amount of honor earned throughout the season. But honestly, this mount is cooler than the Glad mount. Like they should have just made this the Glad mount. Because it like glides like a flying squirrel, like sugar glider, you know? Like, I don't know, I like this mount. It's supposed to be a spider, but arachnophobia mode doesn't change it either. But yeah. I think this is better than the Glad mount. Because the Glad mount is some dog shit. I don't even think I can pull it up on here anymore. Where is it? But yeah, the Glad mount is basically just the Shadowlands Gargoyle things again. It's not great. I just don't... I thought typing Forged would make it show up. It used to be in here. I don't even remember the Dragonflight Glad mounts. Oh yeah, no, I didn't. I should have think. Because I barely used them at all. I think the purple one's okay and the red one's okay. I didn't like the season 2 and 3 ones though. So they're Drakes, I don't think those were as cool. Best of all Glad mounts? I don't think that's comparable at all to TBC. Or Legion. Better Blizz frames. I need a Q pop. Literally, fucking autoplay it, throws on Tenacious D while I'm sitting here waiting on a Q. Like, that needs to, like, happen in the actual shuffle. Duel the zoo off, mate. Vanish, hide from the zoo until the stun DRs are over in 4. This crit. Hunter is ganking me. Kill the Hunter. Dude, the fucking okay, dude. Tab to the other rogue to avenge myself. The DK grips me off the Hunter to save his life. That's fucked up. He even gripped the Hunter away to save him. Oh, this guy's colluding, man. It's like, okay. Just wants 2v1 duels. Edit mode's in my Discord also, with the add-on imports. Got ruined by a duel, man. How does that work? So with Veil of Midnight, you can cloak Karma off. Look at this crit. At least he waited to kill me till after my duel. I got my revenge. Not Celestial, so I just read it. Oh, now he pops it though. L just gets broken instantly by Zwen. Right evasion, even though he doesn't have leg sweep. There's Karma. kind of scary because it's a while to wait it out. Cool, the image is off myself, but I'm probably dead here. Yeah. What happens if I just cloak non-karma? Bro, this hunter. Oh, I didn't res on the other one either. I can't even avenge myself yet. Can I get a haircut? Nope. Been growing it out, man, for like 2.5 years. Why would I get a cut? Not everyone needs the same fade. Big haircut, you know. It's a waste of time, waste of money. We can all aspire to have, you know, Thor Pirate Software's hair. Like, it would take like a more than 5K donation for my girlfriend not to kill me if I got a haircut. Even that's lowballing it because we're paycheck to paycheck. I have hair and eyebrows. I mean, if it goes through, it goes through. I don't know. I'm not ABN. Really awkward that I triggered that. I think I still just kill this guy in a sec. Look, the binding shot. Start heading over there to back myself up. Open with my other rogue because it has all of its CDs. Part of the combo. Switch back to the other one because I got trapped. I have no dance charges, so swap back to this one. The APM. That was good. Good Breastone, never mind. Oh, we got a pop? Come on. I need to play the video game. Hunter's ganking someone. Bad to just nuke into alter time, because he's just gonna literally lay on hands to full, but nothing else to do about it. Off tab, take my Q. Got an AoE rupture on the mage while also doing the last stack of my crit. Huge damn. Thinking to get Nova's kind of troll, but I'm dead here. Actually, he blocked. That's crazy. Maybe I live because of that. That was a good trinket DB. DFA is blink. I mean, I got the APM. This game's got a global cooldown. I actually lose the duel though. Yeah. That sucks. Crazy because I did a couple montage plays in that duel and it didn't even matter. Like DFAing all of his blinks and like farming a stack off of the water alley and like still getting the AoE rupture on the mage coming out of block. Like there was like so much fancy shit that happened there, and he just pressed Ice Lance 20 times and pressed blink and alter on CD. Kinda crazy. DFA'd after like 2 of his blinks. We're doing great. The shuffle queues are getting a lot longer though, so I don't know how many more queues I can sit. No, I play a little like Feral and Mage and a few other things too. I'm planning on multi-classing more this next expansion, especially because it's just so easy to level every class. Evasion the Feral's meld stun. Big Abyss crit here. Might just die without using stuff. Duel the Emerald so it doesn't heal his teammates. While the DK just AoEs everyone down here. Feral's getting raped. We're going in. Big Abyss. Time to rail the mage. Try to kick the clone. Got it. I want a blind dragon. He's off DR in 1. I think the DK pets will break it though. Still going for it. Hopefully it doesn't break. World first. Blind didn't break. And we kicked him. And do we just go him? If I can get there. Stun Feral off me. I get stunned by the Snowdrift. I'll Van here to not die. Time dial. So we just swapped the mage with the Abyss crit. Big of this. I need to get AoE Rupture back on everything again. Okay, we got the crit. Now we can just go Feral. Might just dual Feral here. If I get out of this. I'm dead this global, man. Nice. The DK solos everyone. Wait, did he steal Snowdrift and Snowdrift everyone down? I think that would have been sick if he did that. World first blinded break Ivy is true. Yeah, there's just less visual fidelity because there's like 5 billion pets, everything's over animated. And the emphasis just isn't on like the CC plot lines and like class interactions. It's all on just like your uptime and DPS. Put a DFA the Feral opening on me. I avoided the Feral. I didn't blades this, so I'm okay with getting peeled. Evasion so he doesn't stun me. One finisher away from finishing my stacks. We both kick, so he has precog. Mini Pally, hopefully he can get something off that. Duel defensively just to save my guy. Big of this. He triggers to stun me, I trinket back. I got his wall. All the pets are kind of lagging me a bit. We overlap kicks again. Me and the mage on the same wavelength. Oh, he just randomly explodes from the mage. How much damage do you rupture? Usually about 20 to 40% of my damage. Usually like 30. But yeah, this game was 27. Or 21 actually. This is a low game because it was a short game. Usually ruptures on top. I don't see round 1 on here. Or no, it's right here. When your trinket on CD is really scary, that's why. And you need to trinket aggro to kill. A lot of times too. Nice long clone with a pressing roar. That guy's just gonna die here, I think. Gonna get soloed by Snowdrift. Looking, but dueling to save my guy. We're all kind of rotting though. I've never seen an H-Pal beat a dragon, that's kind of crazy. He just stayed max range. I mean, I guess he has a DK doing double our dam, but triple my dam. Well, triple would be 78, but yeah, close enough. Just be smorking the healer more in this lobby, I think. And then just using banishes and cloaks to avoid the snow drifts. Might just be dead here. It's a good pop aggro on the Pharaoh. I should go healers more as I immediately like blind the healer and kind of grief. Probably dead here. Nice blind. I'm gonna duel defensively on the pally. It also CCs the bubble. Cloak this next snowdrift in a couple seconds when he does it. I don't want to cloak this meteor. I have to cloak now though, or I just die actually. Got Pally's trinket with that. Pick the clone. DFA's blink. He's playing Shimmer. Retail worth getting back into? I mean, if you like Dragonflight, it's very similar. But, yeah. If you just make less weak auras and you just care less and you find ways to hide 80% of the clutter, you can kind of see. If you just, like, turn half the buffs and debuffs off and, like, turn the nameplates of most of the pets off. I got to just Zug the healer. Okay, I step kicked that. That was rigged. I think I'm just dead in this. I got the cloak off. Nice. Try to evasion the Pharaoh. Doesn't press any buttons. Okay, that was not even the Pharaoh's fault. The guy just greeted every single button on his keyboard. For like 7 finishers in a row. I don't think I can beat Nelly Shelmer in a duel. This guy really wants to duel me, I guess. Dude, he just got a 1.3 million barrier. Rigged. I have the big abyss crit, re-T for it. There's nothing he can really do there. Like a hard 1v1 scenario where the warrior's not doing anything to me. That guy's resto. Got a shuffle. I got Magnus on Fury. I'm guessing that's Pet Kick. Same Frost Mage. Discrest the Druid. I think this is a go healers a lot. You like PV? No. I've gone to my head, done it a few times, various expansions for an advantage, but it's not for me. I like playing around CC and doing stuff. Not just 2-2-2-1, 2-2-2-3, 2-2-2, you know, like, it's boring. Oh. Our Druid rage quit. Good thing that was like a 30-minute queue. That's why I haven't liked the direction the last few expansions have been going, is because I feel like they're just turning Arena into Mythic Plus. And it's kind of not the gameplay I like, but... Cata has a lot of flaws, but Cata has a lot more fun generally, but it's just dead. Because people only play the beginning and end of expansions and seasons. So Cata will be pumping for like a week at the end of next month, but that's about it. Because the inflation system just fails at keeping people active. And there's just not enough rewards. And people that want rewards, they just do it when it's at its easiest point. Because the difficulty just gets easier. Because they don't have to improve if they just wait for inflation. So it punishes people that play besides like getting gear for the first couple weeks. No one has a reason to play the like 2 filler months of like the middle 80% of the season. I think this is a skirm and not a shuffle, right? Yeah, it's an Imperium Domain, of course. Why would it be a shuffle? Like, I'll tolerate if it's like a cool reward that I carry someone in PvP for them to carry me in PvE for. Like, if there's like a cool Mythic Plus mount or something for KSM, or like doing the Mage Tower or something, like I will do stuff like that. If it's like a cool transmog reward or something. But yeah, I hate raiding. I hate being on a schedule. Which is already kind of the problem with Arena, is like it's so hard to have a good healer. They're always like booked forever in advance. Gotta be playing cata right now if I just had people to queue, you know? The cata could have been much more active and healthy and consistent and helped mop if they were willing to make like non-gameplay changes. Like if they did things like, oh, whatever transmog you get goes to your retail account, even if it would make my elite sets less rare and my tabards less rare, that would make people want to play. Or if they, you know, went ahead and like deleted dynamic DRs, or openly said like at the start of the expansion, we're gonna not let legendaries proc in arena, or oh, we're gonna buff PvP item level to be heroic raid item level in arena. Like if they just made some kind of nudge to like help with barrier to entry and like take out some of the RNG, like maybe giving everyone like a baseline amount of expertise in arena. Even that's more extreme. Like I'm okay with the dodges. All they really needed to do was get rid of dynamic, make PV gear a little less annoying, maybe even have like an alternative of like, after the season is, you know, 2 months long, you can start buying PV gear with conquest points. And you could just get like, you know, you could even put that behind a rating lock if you really needed to, but I think the rating locks also should have been lowered for quality of life. Like, you can make a tier 2 weapon be 1800, I don't care. Whatever keeps people from having an excuse not to play. Where they're like, I'm hard stuck at 2k, and I'm just losing because weapons, and I don't want to raid. You know, like, that's gonna happen to someone, man, and like, you just need to give people as many reasons to play so the game doesn't die. And just give more rewards. Like, let the rewards go to your retail, even if it makes my shit less rare. I mean, it used to be closer, but yeah, now it's like 99 to 1. We're truly pet battle minigames at this point. There's like, retail and classic combined, there's probably like 500k arena people left. It's pretty bad. But that's just because they, you know, neglected it for 10 years. Like, if they had functioning solo queue that wasn't shitty shuffle back in like actual cata, you know, like 15 years ago, and they made like an MLG spectator client back then instead of letting MLG drop WoW when it was the second biggest esport with Halo, and they'd gotten rid of PvE gear in arena and, you know, had solo queue, even if the rewards were shittier, WoW would have been on a whole different timeline. S tier on damage? Most lobbies I'm dead last. That was just like a really YOLO skirmish. Yeah, most games I'm last on damage, but like it's still good. Like your CC lets you still be like low S tier. You're not as good as like Fury Warrior, Frost Mage, Ellie, Death Knight, or like Feral, but it's good. Like those are better. I would say Devoker's more damage too, but you beat Devoker, and I think I can out damage a Feral. It's just Feral's just really good though. I'd say Rhett and Windwalker are like mid A. They're not great, not terrible. Like the only like dog shit spec is like Enhance. Dragon and Disc are by far the best healers, and then it's like Druid Shaman. Um, but yeah, like Rogue does not compare to Fury Warrior or Death Knight, and it's kind of close to tied with Feral. I think Feral is really good. Fish Crit, he blocks it. Might just be dead here. He just has a billion ice lances. And the hunter is ganking me in the duel. Tab over to avenge myself. I actually could have almost lived there. Can't really see what's happening, but banish him to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, I think these queues are slowing down too much, so I might run some ads and just call it here. And then I was hoping to have cata today, but what's up, Safi? But yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. We are within 48 hours to the launch, less than 48. So yeah, Thursday at 3 p.m. is the early access. So yeah, we're gonna run some ads and call it, because the queues are too long. I'm chilling. Yeah, catch you guys tomorrow.